Hey guys and gals, and welcome to Gold Rush, of course. We're back live streaming Gold Rush. We are going to do this in seasons. So every time we start playing, I start a claim, that's going to be a new season. So we're going to start off with Old Arnold, then Rivertown, and so on and so on. One of the reasons why I'm doing this again, we're going to see if this game is still worth buying nowadays. Let me know. Hey King, how you doing? Hey Lucky, how are you? I need to do something real quick. Yeah, do it before we get going. I wish I could just... I gotta find a way to do it. There's probably a mod or something like that I can get where I can actually do this, but we're doing okay. I'm doing okay. So we're going to start a new game. We're going to go ahead and play normal mode, and no, we're not going to have the tutorial. I've played this enough, so I kind of know what I'm doing, I think. That's good, King. Hey, King, I did try to that mod, the mod skin that you did. I tried to get it to load, and I followed everything that they said, and I couldn't find the file that they told me to put it in. So, but I also further read the description, and saw that you need to have the file when you upload it to the workshop, that it has to be a PNG file. I'm doing pretty good. My allergies are kicking my butt. My neighbor mowed the lawn this about an hour ago, and my allergies kicked off. Okay, so we are going to collect the stories as we go along, because that says it's 1 cent a gallon. So we'll get this one. And one thing I'm going to try to do this time in these live streams, because I'm going to be live streaming every Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm going to live stream Tuesday is going to be Gold Rush, and Thursday will be Farming Simulator 22. So I'll be doing both games. I'm doing videos of Lumberjack Dynasty, Farmers Dynasty, and I'm thinking about starting a new ARC video series. So we've got a lot of stuff going on this channel, but we're doing good, and we actually need to start growing this channel, get to where I'm at least 1,000 and be able to unlock some stuff that we could do. And I'm trying to set up a Discord for everybody for my channel, where people could come and meet and all that. But we're now in Haines, Alaska. So we're doing pretty good right now. Hang on a second. That's where it was. Okay, that's not gonna work. Yeah. Okay, we're back. I'm trying to still set up everything, and I need to redo my monitors. Oh yeah, there's one thing I forgot to do. Settings, game. Okay, we are apply and all that. Okay, we are in 1x speed, which is something I like playing in. So it's more realistic. The only time I speed up is when I'm in there. We're going to go ahead and lease Old Arnold's parcel. Confirm. Then we're going to take out a $1,200 loan. and we'll pay it off this morning in the game. So next we'll go to the store, get the materials and all that. Now, the last live stream, I actually had power failure, and it took a couple hours, and when the power finally came back on, and then I looked up, and the next day the season 20 was going to be over with, so I just decided, hey, we're not going to do that. Actually, I'm going to get 3 of those. I'm going to get 1 of these. Get 1 of these. Okay. And 1 of these. Actually, I'm going to try one more thing. Try another option. Out. Let's see. Yeah, that'd be better for me here. No, you stupid thing. I'm trying to get my chat so I can see it a little bit better. Because right now my screen over here is more at a 90-degree angle, so it's kind of hard to read. But this way I can go ahead and read it and see a little bit. I might have to put my glasses on, but we can go ahead and just go from there. So we're going to continue on. Yeah, we got that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the sluice boxes. And we should be good. Oh, wrong button. Get the water pump. Oh, yeah, that's what I forgot. Got the hoses, but I didn't get the pump. Need the pump. And we need 4 of these. And then we are going to need 1 water filter. That should be 9. Actually, it'd be 10 items because I gotta. Let's see. Okay, we got 3 buckets, 1 jar can, 1 flat hose, 1 thing hose, 1 hog pan sluice, 1 hog pan, 1 small pump. Whoa. There we go. Okay, yeah, that should be everything that we need. Me, I don't have enough money. I just took out a 12. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. You stupid idiot. Yes, I am. I'm a stupid idiot. I forgot to, I forgot to accept. My allergies are kicking my butt today. Let's go to loans. Let's go to $1,200. Take out loan. Take loan out. Now we got the money for what we need at the store. Sorry about that, guys. Going a little crazy today. I have a headache too, so I'm not thinking straight. So let's go ahead and buy the stuff. Order. I don't want to see that again. And we'll go ahead and see what we can do here. Pick up the water pump. Water pump there. That there. We need to take that, attach it to the hose, pick up the hose, And just drop it. Oh, no. Drop it there. That's close enough. Toss this hose into there. There you go. Got 3 buckets. So 1. 2 and 3. And I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. Actually, it's something I do all the time, so it's not really a little bit different. But I'm not going to be panning any gold. I am... As soon as we get 30 nuggets, 30 ounces, we're going to go ahead, smelt it, and then start drilling. Come on. Thank you. Actually, I can just pick that up and we'll put that in the truck. And that's in the truck. Pick these 2 up. So I do need to do a commercial. It's about the channel. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you know when the latest videos I do come along and when I go live here on YouTube. Also, do me a favor and help this channel by hitting the like button. Every like I get this channel seen a little bit more, which helps this channel grow. Also, if you want to help support this channel, I have a merch store. All the proceeds to the merch store from the merch store goes back into my channel and helps me buy games, and actually this helps me live because I'm on disability. I'm not making any money from YouTube right now, so the extra income helps and I would really appreciate it. There's also a donation page. Links for all that is down below in the description. There we go. We'll fill that up. 10.69 a gallon. Fill that up. And fill that up. So I would really appreciate that. And if you're watching this as a rerun, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this series. If I'm in chat, or if I'm live streaming, you can always chat with me. Sometimes I'm not 100% on monitoring the chat, so sometimes it might take a couple minutes for me to actually see the chat, because if I'm concentrating on something, my chat's in a different on a different screen, and I really need to start setting up things a little bit different. Actually, I tell you what I'm going to do something real quick. No, I need that. Nah, that's not going to work. Okay, never mind. Disregard. Disregard. I was going to try to change something. So we're back to old on a parcel. And we're going from there. So things are going pretty good, except for the lag in this game. This game came out on October 3rd of 2017. It is now 2022. So it's been out for almost 5 years. And since it's gone through 5 different companies, bought this game. But this game really has not been updated since they came out with the DLCs in 2018. That's the last update in the game. They've done, and there was a while they weren't even fixing the bugs. When the game came out, when it was initially released, there was a ton of bugs. And I played it, and I stopped playing it because it was so buggy. But the Code Horizon finally bought it, and they're working on the bugs and stuff like that. And I wish they would either do a new Gold Rush, because right now we're in season 12 and we're in the Yukon. We're not in Alaska, and everything that we got here is based on Todd Hoffman. So hang on one second, guys. Come on, Floki. Out. Nope. Out. Let's go. Out. I shut the door. Out. 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 Sorry, guys. That's my sister's horse. It's actually a mixed large breed. And I thought I shut the door, so evidently I didn't. But this game needs to be updated. Like I said, we're in season 12. Well, everything, if it's based on Gold Rush, season 1 is already over with. This is like the first couple seasons. But Gold Rush is a lot more. You got the Viking now. You got Rick. You got Fred. And you have a bunch of other stuff that this game doesn't have. And I kind of like to see a different change in this game. I like to see a new Gold Rush. Yep. Hang on a second. Need glasses. Can't see. Chuck says that it file does not match the pattern of the pickup. No, okay. Okay, King. I don't know what to tell you, because I followed the steps to add it in. Like if you were testing it before you upload it, to add the file in, and I can't even find the file that the game is supposed to be in. Where you're supposed to put your stuff. Of course, I've downloaded. I've done a complete wipe of the game and a complete reinstall several times, so I don't know. I have to take a look again and try to study, but I do appreciate it. I'll see if I can locate it and put that on the truck. So I do appreciate it there, King. Oh yeah, there it is. We'll just make a big circle. Oh, can't go that way. When can I can't go that way. Can I go this way? You gonna let me go this way? Nope. I have to go underneath here. Can I go here? Yay! Okay, I should be able to get out of here. Ah, there we go. So I do appreciate the work. And I'll keep on trying. I'm following their directions, and I can't find that file in my. It's supposed to be in my C drive, and it's not. Know the location where Steam loaded it, and that file's not in the Steam file. So there's some stuff that is a little sketchy, let's just say. Yeah, we got the 2 stories from Old Arnold's parcel, so 5 cents off a gallon. Let's see, this is unlock that. Hey. Do not do that in real life. Do not put your fuel can in the fire. Don't do that in real life. That was just a joke. For anybody watching, do not do that in real life. It will cause severe bodily harm or death. So do not do that, please. Thank you. That's my disclaimer. No, you going over here. So we'll go ahead and get that set up and done and ready to go. Let's go ahead and get the buckets. And on the gold, excuse me, on the gold hunter, for some reason things are not working out. So I'm kind of waiting until they actually get it set up. It's supposed to be by the end of May that they'll have an early access, and I'll go ahead and do early access of Gold Hunter and go from there with that. I'll probably start off with that as a series to see how it is and see how it plays, and we might add it into live stream. Let's go ahead and start this pump up. There we go. Get our shovel out. Turn on the light so y'all can see. Always start up here, and let's go one more step. And we'll start digging. We got 300 shovels. But now less than 300 shovels to go. So we're doing pretty good with this digging. The main thing about this game is to dig. Dig and dig some more. Yes, we're going to keep it. And that was 0.39 ounce nugget. So with this digging, and we'll just continue digging until you get bored. Yeah. It's one of the things I like about doing the videos instead of live streaming, because you can cut out the boring parts or fast forward. You can't do that in a live stream, unfortunately. Actually, guys, I'd like to hear your comments about this game. What you like about it, what kind of changes or a new gold rush, if Total Horizon is watching this, see what kind of new game, a new gold rush, and what you like to see in it. Let me know in the chat. Okay, another nugget. We're up to 1.4 ounces. It's gonna dig a big deep hole. We're just gonna dig another nugget, 0.6. We're up to 2.1 ounces of gold. Oh, well, let's keep digging. Hey, Jeremy, how are you doing today? And with us digging. And digging. We're up to 3.8 ounces. 36%. One shovel equals 1% of the filling the mat. So 100% is 100 shovels. And we're going to have 3 buckets full of processed dirt when we're done before we go to the blacksmith. Yeah, I would love to see more parcels, because if you watch Gold Rush and you see Parker, he's leased several parcels right now and has royalty rights on several different parcels, not just one parcel at a time. I like to see maybe where you can actually hire an excavator operator, a rock truck operator, a plant manager that will run the stuff, where you can actually have them fill the excavator, fills the rock truck and dumps it into a pile. Then you got another excavator feeding the plant. I would love to see that, just like they do in gold mining, because it's kind of stupid to actually just go back and forth, hop on one excavator and then just dump it into the plant and sit. But you don't do that. You want to stockpile pay and have the excavator feeding at the same time you're digging more pay. And I like to see that in the game. That'd be nice. Okay, we've done 60 shovel loads. 40 to go for this set. So I love to do is send recording this and maybe send them the video link to this live stream so they can see that other people want to see a better gold rush. We're at 7.1 ounces of gold. And one of the things I see on the Steam discussion page is one of the things I see on the Steam discussion page is the same thing. Is a lot of the comments are saying, "Hey, make a new game." Hell, I got banned from the discussion page because I suggested that they create a new Gold Rush or a new DLC where you had the Yukon. But they need to update the engine in this game, which is, I think they have a little bit. They might be updating this game. I know they've done a lot of bug fixes, but they need a whole new game engine. They need to actually start from scratch and build a new Gold Rush. Because one of the things I've seen on Steam is that there are a lot of gold digging games coming out. I mean, I have alpha access to Gold Hunter, and when I got banned from the discussion on Gold Rush on Steam, they said I was advertising. I was not advertising. I was telling them what they need to do, because there's also dredges. I mean, Tony Beats, not this year, not this last season, because he didn't have the water right to Indian River, but he uses dredges. And that's something I like to see. You also have Gold Rush Whitewater, which is here in Haines, just outside Haines, Alaska. I like to see that too. I would love to see that incorporated with this Gold Rush, where you can dredge underwater, where you actually go scuba diving and dredge, get gold. You don't get that much gold. You don't get as much gold as you do platinum mining, which is what you basically just do here. We're up to 9.2 ounces of gold. Getting there slowly. Actually, guys, hang on 1 second. I need to turn off this light. I think that's one of the reasons why I have a headache. Let's move this over so I can see. Okay, that's still okay. No, it's not. I don't know what's going on with camera. Let me deactivate and then reactivate. Okay, there we go. And click OK. I don't know why that happens, but it does. And I'm just gonna move that over to here. But we're doing okay. Well, this game, I mean, this game was outdated when it came out.
Iceman
Hey, Iceman,
2056
thank you for
subscribed to the channel.
subscribing. I really do appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that like button too. That also helps grow the channel. Get it seen a little bit more. But I just appreciate it. Thank you for joining the channel. I hope you enjoy the channel. We got a good mixture of simulation games and right now I'm just doing one survival game. Well, 10 ounces of gold. And I can actually see a little bit better now. My headache's not as bad, so I think that was part of the problem with the camera light. I think I have to reposition that somewhere else. Doing pretty good. Not big. There you go. 93 shovels. 94 shovels. Why is it not going? It should be at 95. It should be at 96, but we're at 90. What's going on here? Are you messing with me now? The Code Horizon hacked my game and screwing with me now. We'll see. Now, Rob King is actually trying to make some skins for me, and we're trying to work things out to where we can actually put it up on Steam so that y'all want to like it and want to subscribe to it. I think next week I'm going to work on getting my Discord set up to where people can come on, chat, and do what you like with the game. Do what you want with this Discord, where people can actually come in and chat. I'm not really a big Discord fan, but hey, I mean, I signed up for Discord when it first came out, when it was in beta. And at that time I was playing World of Tanks, and we were using, I forget what, we were using the software to chat with, and we found out Discord was free, and I could set up the rooms, and we can actually chat while playing the game, and I can actually record and do all that at the same time. Nope, we're done. Okay, I'm going to take this out. Fill this bucket up. Water. No. That one. Okay, we got the first 100 shovels. Or 100, yeah. First clean out of the mats. We're going to be doing a lot of digging. Got a funny feeling we're going to be doing a lot of digging. Something in the back of my head says we're going to do a lot of digging in this game. I don't know why, but I think we are. Okay, I'm just going to pick that up, put it on this side for right now. We've got to attach the hose. Where are you? There you are. Attach this back to this. Get the shovel back out. Nope, wrong shovel, wrong button. Also next week I'm going to get up with the graphics artist and see if we can make a different type of t-shirt or a coffee mug or something like that. Even a I have a desktop mat and I use it. It has my logo on it, and I have these t-shirts that I'm wearing right now, and they're actually pretty good, comfortable t-shirt. I kind of like it. I use theme element, so it's actually pretty good. Oh, stream elements, not steam elements. Or is it steam elements? I don't know. No, stream elements. And I set up a little merch store, and I can put different designs and graphics and stuff like that. So start off with my logo, and I'm just going to go ahead and see if I can get some different images and see if we can sell them on the site with the help of this. And I have some plans for this channel this year. There are a couple new games I want to test drive on the channel, and Ark's coming out with another official map in June, and right now I'm going to be doing the modded version on my video series of Ark. But I was thinking once that modded map comes out, we can do a live stream on that. Ark 2 is supposed to be coming out. Might do some live streaming on that, or I do videos on that. And if you got any video suggestions, let me know down below in the comments. Let me know in chat. Let me know on my homepage. There's a community page on my YouTube channel. If you want to leave a message or say hi, you're more than welcome to do that. I am going to try to get Discord up and running next month, which next month is 2 days away. So in May, I hope to get it up and running and have a link to it, and maybe get you all in there. Y'all can chat and all that, which would be nice. Start setting up our own community, which is something I want to do. Set up a nice simulation survival community. I like to see and see if we can do that. It's one thing I like to do for this channel. Still got a lot of digging to do. I feel like all I do is dig in this game. I guess you gotta dig to get the yellow dirt out. Separate the yellow dirt from the brown dirt. Hey, we got another nugget. We're up to 17.1 ounces of gold. I might go with 3 buckets. I might just go 2 buckets. I like to have 30 ounces, close to 30 ounces as possible. And I've gotten 30 ounces just digging 3 buckets. Of course, the nuggets get further apart as you dig. So there's a lot of things that we're going to be doing on this channel. And I would love any suggestions anybody wants to make. So leave them in the chat, leave them in the comment section of my videos. Let me know what you want to see. I mean, If I can do it, I'll be able to do it. I will try it out, and if it works out, we'll do it. If it doesn't work out, then we won't do it. But I am going to try to get a Discord channel set up and get that all taken care of. And I might be including my Discord in my live stream, where I'm thinking about adding a just chatting section. Take a break in the middle of the game, because I'm planning on live streaming 4 hours a week, and not 8 hours a week, 2 days a week, so it'd be 4-hour sessions, and maybe at the 2-hour mark take a 15-20 minute break in between where we can just chat and I can read the chat a little bit better. Hang on a second, King, let me see. I just saw your chat. I got to stop for a second and put my glasses back on. This is what happens when you get old. Can you tell me what the problem you are having with the skin I sent? Okay, the problem I'm having, I read the directions Total Horizon put in there. I can't find the file it tells me to put the skin in. So that's the problem I'm having. And it's not a PNG file that you sent me. That's why I was thinking maybe it was a PGN, whatever it's supposed to be. And I can't find the file that the directions tell me to go to. So I gotta investigate that a little bit more and figure out exactly. I might have to completely wipe Gold Rush off and reinstall it again, because it might have got messed up when it was loading and didn't go where it's supposed to go. So I'll take a look and see if I can kind of troubleshoot the problem. There's a lot of stuff I do off camera. And remember when I first started this channel, it would take me 12 hours to make one video. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things I've seen, but now it takes me about, from the time from recording to the time I have it uploaded to YouTube. It used to take 12 hours. I'm down to about 4 hours now, because I've learned to troubleshoot. And I found out some of the games I can do certain things with the videos now, where I can add background music, I can do this, I can do that with OBS. So there's a lot of things I can do, but there's a lot of things I can't do that I hadn't figured out, and I'm still learning. I really did not start growing this channel until October, when I finally got my disability. Up to 21 ounces ago. And when I finally got my disability, which was in October of 2019, I started concentrating on growing this channel. And at that time, I only had 330 subscribers. And we're up to, I think, 908 now, or 907, somewhere around there. We're close to 1,000. We're under 100 to get to 1,000. To be partnered with YouTube, so it will unlock some stuff for me. But there's a lot of things I'm learning still on this, and some of the games I'm still learning some of the aspects, what you can do to heighten the game per se. Hang on 1 second, guys. Do you want me to send it to you or send it where? Rob King. King. King of Bob. Yeah, I could do that. Let me try that. I'm not gonna try it right now. I'm live streaming. I'll try that. I finally figured out what you were saying. Now, guys, I will be 58 years old this October. So I am old. I've been playing video games since the late 70s. I've been on the internet since basically when the internet first came out. It's totally different than what it is now. Especially the way you get connected now. Everything's dial up, and you had to connect the coupler to your phone when I first started. And things are a lot better. Games are 100% better on the internet now than they were when, because it was mainly text. I did develop a few games in DOS back in the early 80s. So okay, that I would appreciate that, King. I'm trying to get into modding. Each game has a different aspects, because this one thing I want to try to do is make mods for Farming Simulator 22. Back in the 90s when Doom came out, they didn't call them mods, they called them WADs, W-A-D-S. And I made 250 WADs for it, and ID, who was the developer of Doom when it first came out in the 90s, they actually they paid me $500 for my 250 WADs, and they made a special disc that had 500 WADs and 250 of them were mine, which I kind of should hang out for more money. Well, 24 ounces of gold. You still have my email, right, King? We're full. Another 100 shovels gone. See, time goes by fast. Yes, it does. Oh yeah, where is that? I need this. We're gonna pick a bucket. We're gonna pick this bucket. I was actually thinking, I was watching some YouTube videos of a company that actually is teaching you how to make games, and I was thinking about maybe making one myself, but I don't think I have the computer power or the time. Because this channel takes I'm doing about 60 hours a week on this, 60 to 80 hours a week on this channel. doing everything I between live streaming, making videos, editing, planning things, and just put that there. So I do put a lot of time into my channel, and I'm hoping it shows, especially if you take a look at my World of Tanks videos, and compared to what I'm doing now. I do a lot of research too on games and on editing and stuff like that. So I'm still learning YouTube. And I would like to make YouTube a full-time job, get off a disability, and hire at least an editor. That will save me a lot of time. Right there. I can put back into the channel and maybe hire somebody to handle social media for me and do the SEO of the channel. And then start working on doing stuff. Okay, we're up to 26 ounces of gold. We got less than 300. We got less than 100 shovels to go before we're done. We got a lot of things we're doing. But we got a lot of things that we do. And eventually what I'd like to do is get up with another YouTuber and maybe do some collaboration live streams on some of the videos. The one thing I would like to see Gold Rush do is if they do make a new game, is I would like to see them do a single player version and a multiplayer version. That would, because they've already said that they can't, with the current game that they are, current setup, it would take too much coding to do a multiplayer, so they don't want to do it. Well, that tells you right there, game's outdated, the engine's outdated. Start working on a new Gold Rush. New maps, something different. I mean, Ark came out in 2017, and Ark is a lot more popular than Gold Rush. And they kept the game going by adding DLCs, new maps and stuff like that. They have a section, they have a great workshop where people can actually make maps. That's the other thing I would like to see them do, is expand the workshop so creators, mod creators, could actually do some mods like different vehicles, different wash plants. There's more than just the tier 5 wash plant. I mean, and the other types. So I like to see different wash plants. In the single player mode, I would love to maybe you go to Freddy Dodge and have him customize a wash plant for you, and then you pay them, and then it gets delivered, and they set it up, and you start running it and see how it works. And maybe pay Freddy Dodge to help you with your gold recovery. You know, just little fixes. And Juan, Freddy Dodge and Juan, have them in the game. You know, get help from the Vikings. Tony Beats, get help from Parker. Get help from Rick. I don't know if you want help from Fred. Maybe you can help Fred. Those are the things I like to see in the game. A more current version of Gold Rush. More updated engine, because this engine was outdated when it first came out, and that's one of the reasons why it was so buggy. Now, Code Horizon fixed a lot of bugs, but they need a newer Gold Rush. They need to actually develop a new Gold Rush, because competition is coming, and people are going to stop buying Gold Rush. Right now, the only thing that Gold Rush, the game, has is the name, Gold Rush. And you feel like you're playing Gold Rush, but it's a lot more gold thing. The gold mining games, yeah, that's not doing better. There's a lot more games coming out. Gold mining simulation games are a lot more realistic in gold mining than this. This is where you do all the work. Yes, you can hire workers, but they really don't do anything for you other than take money away from you. Yes, they help with the plants, and they help with this, and they help with that, but overall, they just basically don't really what the workers do, and what you do is you do basically 100% of the work. And you don't see Parker doing 100% of the work. He actually has workers. He has rock truck drivers. He has excavator drivers. He has bulldozers drivers. He has wash plant managers and stuff like that, to where he just figures out where he's going to go next. He basically manages the mine, and that's what technically you're supposed to be doing. Yes, you start off like this. You start off digging, and you just continue digging. But there's a lot of things I like to see different. There's a lot of things I love to see different with this game. And I mean, 2018 was the last DLC, so it's been almost 4 years. Yeah, 4 years since the last major update to this game, and all they did is add a couple of vehicles. They didn't add new maps. They didn't add new parcels. So they didn't add the way you figure out how to do what you're going to do. We're up to 28 ounces of gold. I'd like to get to 30. I don't think I'm going to get to 30 unless I find a nugget between now and then. But I love to see different things. So, where are we at? 96. Unless I find a nugget in the next couple scoops, 28 is going to be the max. Here we go, we're done. See what I'm gonna do. No. Okay. Just gonna do this. Fill the bucket up and go from there. Having a good time? Oh, no, 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 no. Keep that unplugged. There you go, buddy. Okay. Clean these mats out. Gonna put these buckets in the gold tent, or the gold room. I'm gonna call it the gold room. I actually set up a gold room. I don't put my gold room next to the wash plant or whatever I'm doing. So we're just gonna take this. I've only used 10% of the fuel in the thing. That's one of the reasons why I like using one-time speed. Because the faster the game goes, the faster your fuel goes, which actually you lose money. That up there. That up here. Let's put that there. Keep that out of the way. We're going to take these buckets. What time is it? Oh, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Yay! So in an hour. Oh yeah, it's been an hour now. So in an hour, I've got 3 buckets. I process. A button just came off. Oh. Hang on a second. I tapped the button, this came off. And I'm putting it on wrong. Ah, well, it works. I'll fix it off camera. I actually need a new keyboard. Just bought a new headset because the other one finally died. Okay, we're gonna hop in the pickup truck and we're gonna go ahead and go to the blacksmith. We're gonna smelt the 28 ounces of gold we got. Looks like it's snowing. We'll turn on the lights so we can see what we're doing. And we'll go from there. Things are going good. Stream's going good. Actually, we're doing pretty good there. Actually, we're doing better this time than we did last week when... not last week. It was this week. Oops, yep. Oh. Oh yeah, lights. Turn off the lights. Let's pick up these stories here at the factory. So, come over here. Stories I know locations on. We'll pick up, and as we go along, pick them up. Because that does save money on gas, which will in turn means more money we make overall. So, I do have the DVR. No, it's this section here. That's right. I do have the DVR section, so if you want to see the exact location of something, you can always run this back or watch it. Because I do upload all my live streams as replays, so you can watch the replay. We got a lot of things we're doing. We're doing a good job. Doing good right now. Got some money, and we're gonna have some more money. I'm going to see if I can go. Let's go ahead and go from a tier 1 setup, which is just the hog pan, to a tier 5 setup. Kind of cheating, just kind of skip everything. Or I might just go ahead and do the mobile wash plans and just go through, so that way people can actually see how you do things. The game progresses. I think I'll do that. It'd be a little bit more of a challenge than just going from tier 1 to tier 5. And that's the other thing. There was a story there. There used to be a lot more story because there was also one behind this car too. There's 8 stories in the factory. So we'll go next to the next set of stories. I'm just gonna knock out the stories, then we'll go to the blacksmith. Stories in this area. That's around, in and around the blacksmith. I do not drive like this in real life, guys. Just letting you know. I don't do this. We're doing pretty good. Stop. There's a story here. Somewhere around here. Pick that one up. There we go. There's a story here. Then I'm gonna go to the village and then we'll do that was real life, that sign would have went down. Would not have stopped my truck. Then we'll pick up we'll go to the village next. That's the blacksmith. We'll come back to that. Go ahead and just drive over to here. Pick up the stories here as soon as it's done loading. Come here. You can tell I've done this a few times since I have a few thousand hours. That's the sad part. I have a few thousand hours on this game. In an arc. No, it's here. I just saw it. Here it is. And we'll go get the last 2 around here. And we'll go get the last one, then we'll go get the ones at the blacksmith. So we're doing pretty good. Ow! That hurt. We're gonna see how things go, and no, somewhere around here. I'm not. I gotta buy a new Xbox controller because my other one died. I'm not using any controllers other than the mouse, the key, and the mouse and the keyboard. And we're here. Get the 2 stories. And we'll save lots of money on gas. That's what the name of this game is to make money. Okay, what I'm going to do is just do the 6.8 ounces. And I'm going to hit settings, game time. Go to 12. No, go to 12. Cancel, apply. Wait for the gold bar to show up. I appreciate the likes, guys. I really do. I like to see 10 likes. We're up to 5, so we're doing pretty good right there. And I really do appreciate him. I really do. Iceman, I really do appreciate you subscribing. And oh, I forgot. It was at 2 o'clock. I was supposed to do another one. So let's go ahead and do that while we're waiting for gold. If you're new to my channel, hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you know when the latest videos I do come along and when I go live here on YouTube. Also, do me a favor, hit that like button. If you like, gets this channel seen a little bit more, and also shows support to this channel and lets me know what I'm doing you all like and you want to see more of. So I would really appreciate that. Also, check out my merch store. Link for it is down below. Hopefully next month, which is in a couple days, I'll have some new different types of t-shirts, not t-shirts other than my logo, and we'll go from there. So, and if you want to make a donation to this channel, link for it is also down below in the description. Okay, let me get some tobacco in me. Get that, exit out of there. This is in the back of the pickup. Start the truck. Drive to the bank. Because right now we have $0. We'll go ahead and drive to the bank. Okay, and let me guess. I haven't looked at the gold stock prices, but let me guess. It's $1,222.21. Oh, 25 cents. I was off by 4 cents. How did I know that? I played this game so much. And now we got $7,444. So we'll hop in. I got a keyboard that's falling apart. I need a new keyboard. I mean, this keyboard's 7 years old.
Daniel L. subscribed to the channel.
Donald L. Appreciate the subscribe. Welcome to Buddy 1927 Gaming. And I'm always open up to suggestions if you want to chat. Okay, hey, if you want to chat, I'm always welcome to a chat. You want to leave comments? I really do appreciate the comments, and I try to answer most comments that I get. Turn off the engine. And King, I appreciate you sending that to me. So the channel is growing. Yay! I really do appreciate it. And I will try to get Discord up and running next month. I might try getting it all set up this weekend because I have Monday's video already set up, and I just got to record Wednesday's video and record Friday's video next week. So, oh yeah, next week I am live streaming on Tuesday and Thursdays. Now, I'm live streaming today on Friday because I had to go to my prosthetic. I'm a recent amputee. I lost my leg in July, right below my knee. So I still have my knee, my right leg, and I'm getting a new socket. And every time they make one socket, it ends up my leg has actually shrunk again by the end of the next week, so they had to start over. So I'm on my third edition of the socket, and I'm wearing my old socket, which is very painful, which is way too big for me now. My leg, first when it was amputated, the stump was like this. I don't know if you can see that, but the stump was like this, and now it's kind of straightening out, and the muscle, the calf muscle, since the only thing the calf muscle does is actually operate your lower leg, which I don't have, operates your ankle and that area. So that muscle is atrophying, so it's getting smaller and smaller. It's going to get to the point where it's no longer there. I'm just going to have bone. It's getting bone there. But things are going a little slowly. Than I was supposed to have the new socket in March. It's now the end of April. So that tells you how things are going that way. And my appointments range different. Oh, wrong button. My appointments are different in my doctor's appointments because I got well, actually I don't have to see the orthopedic no more, which is great. I just need to see him every time I need a new socket. So, and I live in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and unfortunately my orthopedic is in Raleigh, which is about an hour away, and the prosthetic person that does my leg is also in Raleigh, and she's about an hour and 15 minutes. So basically the day's shot. And sometimes I go early in the morning, like this Friday. Next Friday I have to leave. We have to be there 8:15, so I have to leave here by I have to leave here by 6:45 in the morning, and the appointment takes anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. And then it's another hour and 15 minutes away back, so that's 2.5 hours just in driving, 2 hours in the appointment, so that's 4 hours. Didn't sell. Why didn't you sell? Okay, so we're up to 29,553. So I got a lot of things going on in my life right now. And one of the reasons when I got injured at work, I was a paramedic firefighter for 35 years, and I got injured at work with a back injury where I can no longer, I was told by the doctor I was no longer able to get on an ambulance or a fire truck. And the doctor also told me I probably and I will never be able to work again. And I tried with the state of North Carolina. They have a program where they try to find jobs for you. And they couldn't find a job for me. They told me the only job I could do is to work for myself, and I'm also suffering from post-traumatic stress from the 35 years of being gloom and doom. But wait a minute, you gotta pay for it first, buddy. Of gloom and doom. I mean, I was at the Pentagon in 9/11 doing search and rescue. As a matter of fact, that was the day of 9/11. That was the day I was actually in New Jersey at my grandmother's funeral, just outside Lakehurst. The funeral was in Lakehurst, New Jersey, which was just outside, and the church was literally by the main gate of one of the side gates at Lakehurst Naval Base, where the Hindenburg blew up. As a matter of fact, you could see the tower where the Hindenburg was supposed to, the morning tower that the Hindenburg was supposed to attach. And you can still, they still have the Zeppelin hangars there. And the funeral was in the morning, and then by the time we got to the church just before the service, somebody told us about a plane crashing into the World Trade Center, and things went on from there. I drove all the way back to North Carolina. After I was with my family, and after everything happened, we drove back to North Carolina, and we drove by way of DC. And I lived in Frederick. I grew up in Frederick, Maryland, and I worked for DC Fire Department as a firefighter paramedic and rescue worker. I was on the rescue squad. And I also was on special details. I still can't tell you about because they actually involved the federal government. But when I came home, I was also a volunteer firefighter for Independent Hose Company in Frederick. I was a firefighter and a ladder truck captain. I was a truckie, not a hose jockey. And there is a difference. Hose jockey that stretches the hose and puts the wet stuff on the red stuff. A truckie does all the work. He does the ventilation. He does the ventilation. So he has to vent the house before the hose jockeys can get in. Did I hit rent? What is I am hitting one. Why is it? Yeah, thank you. No. Hit the wrong button. But a ladder truck, a truckie also does search and rescue while of the building while the hose jockeys try to find the fire, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And we also do the salvage and overhaul after the fire. We tear everything apart, then the hose jockey put the water on the stuff that's still smoking. So Ladderman does a lot more than this. Like fire. So, hey, I had a wonderful career. I got married and moved to Palm Beach, West Palm Beach, and worked for Palm Beach County Fire. Actually, before that, I actually moved to Norfolk and worked for Norfolk Fire Department, and I also worked for Virginia Beach Rescue. So I did a lot of stuff. I was busy. I averaged between 72 to 90 hours a week working, plus still volunteering. So I kept busy, and actually when I got married, I stopped volunteering. And then my father died, and about a year after my father died, I moved to North Carolina, because that's where my mom was living, to help her out. And I also caught my wife cheating on me. So, and I forgot to move the damn dozer here. So I ended up just moving here to help my mom out. I kind of got out. I went back into retail, working in retail, because I kind of got burnt out. Because when I was in Palm Beach, I was at the busiest station in Palm Beach County. It was actually in West Palm Beach. And I just was burnt out. I joined the local fire department, and also North Carolina wouldn't. I was a nationally certified paramedic, and North Carolina would not allow me to transfer my medic from Florida, or even recognize my national registry at the time. So they said, you have to start all over again. You have to go back to school. And I'm like, why? So I said, screw it. Volunteer fire department accepted I can still fight fire. So I said, screw it. And then my fire department started a first responder program. And my chief saw my medical background, and he said, all you have to do is take this 45-hour class and you become a medical responder, and basically all you do is stabilize the patient until the ambulance gets there. I'm like, okay, sounds easy. And the rescue squad that was sponsoring the program was Goldsboro Rescue, and I had to join Goldsboro Rescue to be part of the program. And so I did, and they were the only paramedic level. All the EMS squad except for Goldsboro Rescue were volunteer, and city of Goldsboro, and they were this intermediate level. They weren't paramedic level. So the only paramedic level squad in Wayne County, which is where I lived at the time, was in Wayne County, was Goldsboro Rescue, and the captain of the rescue squad, or the chief of the rescue squad, convinced me go back to school, get your paramedic, and at least get your basic, and we'll hire you full time. You quit, and that way you can still go to class, and we'll work around your schedule during class. We'll have one of the volunteers cover your schedule, and we'll pay for you to go to class once you get your basic. So I got my basic, quit my retail job. I was a retail manager for Eckerd, and quit my job, started working full-time for Goldsboro Rescue and volunteering, because I was also one of the they also did the rescue for the majority of the county. And I was teaching when I was working at Palm Beach County. I was actually teaching at the academy, rescue operations. So I did a lot. And I eventually got my paramedic, and then county took over. State mandated that the counties were responsible for the EMS systems, and that they had to have at least, depending on the size of the county, at least one or more full-time, and depending on the level, because each county certification level was different. Some counties were just basic, some counties were intermediate, which is basically in between a basic and a paramedic, and then we'll just go from there. Okay, what we are going to do here is I'm going to move this truck out of the way, and we're going to do some drilling. I got a couple drill bits. Since I am actually going to go through all the steps, so I am actually going to go through a tier 2 setup, and then we'll go to a tier 3 setup, then tier 4 setup, and so on. So I'm just going to drill one hole, because as Tony Beach says, you want to know where the gold is? Don't hit the E button. You want to know where the gold button, You want to know where the gold is? You got to drill, 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 drill some more. And that's what we're going to do here, is we're going to drill, drill, and drill some more. So we're going to see how things go and go from there. And see, it's 2:30, so we got about 2.5 hours. Maybe we can get the tier 2 set up. And during this series, I'm not going to do any off-camera work. So basically, I'm just going to leave it off where. Oh yeah, we got to hit the brake. Now that's the engine. That's the brake. And what is it? R? No, F. I'm so used to using an Xbox controller. That didn't work. And that's the wrong button. So we're going to do this whole series. Every ounce of dirt. Everything I do will be on the live stream. So the next live stream of this will actually be on Tuesday next week, if I can remember to hit the right buttons. We'll be on Tuesday next week, and we'll go from there. Just see how we're doing. And I need to fix that button because because I'm hitting the wrong buttons too often. So we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of things we got to do. So this series is going to be more of a walkthrough. This is season 1, and season 1, when we end this season, it isn't going to be at the winter time. It's when we are completed. This is old on our parcels. We are actually going to dig every ounce of dirt, including the hog pen area. I'm not going to dig the hog pen area right now. Right now we're going to drill, and we're going to go to a tier 2 setup after we're done. After we're done drilling, we got to know where the gold is, so we got to do the drilling, find out where the gold is, so that way we know where to dig. Hey, we got a nugget. Okay, so we're up to 3.3 ounces of gold. Now there's a trick to this. You can drill, because there's unlimited amounts of nuggets. I have actually drilled to where I get 300 ounces, 3,000 ounces, not 300, 3,000 ounces of gold, and melt all that gold down, and you can go from tier 1 setup to a tier 5 setup. So drilling is a key feature of this game. So we're just going to keep doing this. And this is the boring part. So is the hog pan. And so is the digging. But the most exciting part is actually running the gold through the wash plant, running the pay through the wash plant, then running it, and then doing the clean out and seeing how much gold you've got. And that's the part I enjoy of this game. And that's the addictive part of this game. There's lots of boring part of this game, but the addictive part is actually seeing how much gold you actually dig up, and it's different each time you play. And like I said, I had played this game for over almost 2,000 hours. I think I'm over 2,000 hours now. So I played a lot. So we're up to 23 ounces of gold. We need about 500 ounces of gold. But we're going to get more than 5 ounces of gold. I can actually start off with a tier 3 setup. But we're going to do this as a walkthrough. So you can see how the game is played. If you're new to the game, you want to see if you are thinking about this game, you want to see if it's worth buying, ask questions in the chat. And if you're watching this as a replay, ask questions in the my mind just went completely blank in the comments section. Thank you, buddy. I think your headache has gone to your brain. Of course, where else is the headache going to go? Let's do this. See if we can drill. Okay. What I'm just going to do is just drill one hole in each plot. I'm not going to drill until we get 3,000 ounces of gold. I might do that in the next setup, depending on what tier we're at the time. And one thing I do early on in the game is I actually buy the drill machine, because when I play the game, I want to, cheaper in the long run because I'll clear out all the plots and reset them. And in the long run, get nuggets. And I'm hitting the wrong buttons. We're up to 27 ounces of gold. So in the long run, it's actually cheaper to buy the piece of equipment. Plus, once I buy the drill, I buy the reinforced drill bits. Because why am I going to buy a reinforced drill bit on a machine I'm renting, and when I'm done drilling, hey, it's a waste of money. Because that reinforced drill bit is expensive. I did hit the brake. So things are going good. We're doing good. I got a lot of things I'm going to try to do for this channel. I'm going to try to do a little bit different in streaming. I'm going to actually have just a chat session, 20 minutes, 15-20 minute chat. So if anybody has any questions about anything, any of my videos, any of the games I'm currently playing, we can chat about that. Chat about if you want to know what my setup is, if you want to know this and that. I'll let you know. No, actually, no, I got my disability in 2020, not 2019. Was it 2020? No, 2019. But I didn't get the money until 2020. This computer I bought, because I got back pay. And I took that money because I was planning on doing what I'm doing now. And I bought a brand new PC. So the computer's about 2 years old, and it was the fastest computer. I have NVIDIA 280 Titan. Oh no, I got the GeForce 280 RTX graphics card. I had the fastest Intel processor at the time, and I had them overclock it. So that I have 258 gigs of memory on the thing, because I got 8 bricks of memory, because I also use the computer for editing. And that's one thing I researched when I was buying the computer, because they custom ordered it. I got it to where it's custom designed, and I actually have my logo. I have glass panels on both sides, and they actually etched my logo on one of the sides where you can see the components on it. And I had it customized, and I did a lot of research. I did like about 3 months of research to figure out what type of computer I needed. Do I just need a gaming? Can I just use a gaming setup, or do I need something a little bit different? And since I'm doing video editing and okay, thank you. I'll take care of that here right now. Why is my camera off? Okay. I have to do that from time to time. I gotta figure out what's going on. Properties. Deactivate activate. Okay. Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what's going on with my bro, but actually, I'll tell you what. Let's do this and do this. How's this camera? You can kind of see my setup a little bit and kind of see my computer. Let's see. Kind of see my computer here. It's water cooled. But got things going. I'll go back to camera one. Here we go. Hi. Okay, let me get chat back up. Okay. Thank you, Acros Pulse. I appreciate it. Appreciate chatting. No, I don't. No, we're not doing that. We're doing this. Thank you. Did I already do this? I probably already did this. Ah, well, that's another drill. That's another hole. But I do appreciate letting me know, and anything else that's going on, the quality, let me know. Tuesday when I live stream, I was having problems with YouTube, and I had to reset a lot of things on OBS because for some reason OBS changed all my settings. It does that from time to time. I had an update is what it did, and then when the update came, it just went ahead and did everything. So, but we're doing good. We're streaming. We have money. We have nuggets. We're up to 65 ounces of gold, which is good, I guess. Like I said, I probably need about 500 for the tier 2 set. I probably only need 200 for the tier 2 setup. I'm going to drill one hole, so I'll have about 1,000, maybe a little bit more in gold by the time I'm done. Between 1,000 and 1,400 ounces of gold when we're done drilling every spot. And there's an important reason to do that. It's just because every time you do a map, I can do this map, drill it, then restart the game, drill it again, and the gold is in different pockets. So I appreciate it. Acropulse, is that how you pronounce it? Is that close? But I am thinking of having Discord, and set up Discord. I'm also thinking about setting up a Patreon. I do have a Patreon set up, but I never activated it, which is something I need to do. Because my disability, even though I had 35 years and 3/4 of the income on my last 6 years or 5 years, 7 years, something like that. It's the average of your last 7 years, and then it's 75%. Because I'm on full disability, I'm not on partial. And so and luckily all the money's tax free. That's one good advantage, is I don't have to pay taxes on it because I've already paid taxes on it because it's actually coming out of my Social Security retirement. So, and I want to actually get back to, well, this has been my full-time job in the last 2.5 years. Okay, thank you. I'll just call you Acro. Or A-Crop. I'll just call you A-Crop. That'd be better. Uh, but I just want to get full time. Oh, I am doing this full time. I just want to get paid for it. And get it off disability and start paying back into my Social Security. So when I'm 65, 70 years old, when I decide to take my Social Security retirement, I can go ahead and have a good retirement income, and also set up a retirement set, because unfortunately, when it took me 7 years to get my disability from the time I became disabled, because they denied it the first 3 go rounds and I had to reapply. Then they denied it twice, and I finally had another hearing, and then the judge is like, you should have been approved right at the beginning. He didn't understand why, and I luckily had the chief judge, so he did a lot of things. Acro, okay, thank you, Acro. So I had a lot of things that was going wrong, and unfortunately I had to take my retirement, I actually had to open up my I had to live off of my 401k, and then I eventually moved in with my mother, and all my money from the 401k went bye-bye, went away in rent. I was renting a house and car payments. I was paying cars, and my car broke down. Then I had to pay for repairs and insurance, and there was a lot of things going on with me, and I had no insurance. So every time I had to go to a free clinic, and just everything was going wrong. But now things are turning around for me. I got my disability. I could technically live off of it, but I can't live. For me to live off of it, I'm gonna have to pay like only $300 a month in rent. I'm living with my mother right now, and unfortunately, she's in early stages of, well, the doctor's actually calling it old timers, not Alzheimer's, but old timers, where she's losing her short-term memory. She remembers things in the past, but she's still good, and she has a lot of being tested for a lot of things, seeing if she has dementia, seeing if she has a neurological problem, seeing a whole bunch of stuff. We got a lot of stuff that's going on here. So I have a lot of stuff going on in my life here. I like to move out. You rent a new computer. No, rent a bedroom house somewhere. I don't love living in housing developments. I don't love living in a city. I love apartments. So maybe find a trailer out in the country I could rent. That's what I rented an old farmhouse I was living in. It was right beside a dairy farm, and my closest neighbor was a mile away. And that was my landlord. He owns the largest dairy farm in Wayne County. I was renting the house that he grew up in. He built a huge house. The things So he fixed up the old one, updated it a little bit. It was a little bit more modern because the house was built. The farm has been in his family for 5 generations. So the house was built in the 1800s. I think the house was originally built in 1870. He said, but when I started renting it, he put in, wrong button. He put in, he completely gutted the house, put insulation in, put drywall up because everything was lab and plaster. He showed me, he actually made videos when they were remodeling the house, and for insulation they used straw. And there was bees nests and rats nests and a whole bunch of stuff living in the walls. They even found birds nests and stuff like that. And it was a two bedroom. It was I guess what you would call a shotgun house, because you could take a shotgun at the front door and shoot right through the back door. You walked right into the living room, and then the living room was actually pretty good size. Originally it was a 3-bedroom. He increased the size of the living room and the kitchen. He completely gutted the whole thing and redid the layout. And it was originally a 3-bedroom, but the kitchen was so small, the living room was so small, the bedrooms were so small, because you were either working. The only time, he said, when he was growing up and he lived in the house, so the only time he was in the house was the living room was also the dining room. They had a TV, not a big one, but they had a TV, a little black and white TV, and then they got color. And then he moved out when he was 19, but he still worked on the farm, and he got his own place. And then when his parents lived there until they died, and then when they died, he took 2 acres of the land. He has like over 500 acres. Okay, let's fix it again. Thank you, Acro. Why is it doing that? Filters? No filters. But that's not the problem. Properties. Don't need that. I said okay. Deactivate, reactivate. Actually, let me check something real quick. Yeah, y'all can see what I'm doing. Yes, I have my logo as a backdrop. It should remind me what I'm doing. There it is. Connection not available. Oh, that's camera. It should be no filters. I guess I gotta do that when I'm offline. Okay, let's back to the game. Is it working? I don't know because I can't see chat. Yeah, it's working. Chat. Thank you. Let's so I can see it again. But thanks, Acro. I appreciate it. Keep me in line. That's what I need. I need people to keep me in line. There we go. What was I doing? Oh yeah. That's what I need. I need somebody. I need to get married again. So I have somebody keep me in line. Unfortunately, my girlfriend is in China, and we've kind of been separated since COVID. And now things are happening at where she's living, because she's from China, her parents live in China, and she went to go visit because her grandmother was sick, and then she got sick, then her grandmother died, then COVID happened, so she couldn't leave the country. And when she could finally come to the country, now her mother's sick, so now she has to stay there. But we were supposed to get married in 2020 when she got back from China. And things didn't, she couldn't come back. And emails, and it was only certain things that I can do. The communication, because what's going on in China, and what was going on with Trump and what's going on now with Russia, communication is sketchy. Basically, we can't video chat no more, but we can email. Acro, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I really do appreciate the subscribe. And it's stuck again. Hey, what? Let's do this. I'm gonna move this camera, and we'll turn off this camera. Oh, that camera's still stuck. I gotta check the drivers on that. How about this camera? How does it look? I just moved my side camera over. Hi guys. Oh, this is my old. This camera is. I've had this camera since the 902 Logitech first came out with it. So that tells you how old it is. But it still works, so that's why I was going to use it as a second camera. I bought a Bro. I actually got a deal on it. From Logitech. Actually, on the Bro, I actually got into development. Somehow, I don't know how I did it, but somehow I got into the development program, and they set, I had to pay like $25, and they sent me the Pro to try, the Bro to try, and they kept updating, and I had communications. I had to communicate with the developing staff. We even video chatted, see how the Bro worked on video chats and stuff like that. And it was kind of interesting. I kind of enjoyed it. But they pick so many people a year, and they don't pick the same people each year to be in this program. And it's a very, you can't just apply to it. Somehow you get nominated for it. I don't know how it works. I don't even remember signing up for it. And I got an email from Logitech. I don't know if they just pick random people. They see that I use, majority of my products are Logitech. I mean, my keyboard, mouse, cameras, are all Logitech. I have a Stream Deck. No, it's not. It's not stuck. It should be on this camera. You should see me waving. Blocking, or is this stream lagging that bad? It's only supposed to be a 10-second delay. I don't think it's a 10-second delay. I don't know. YouTube is fickle. Yes, YouTube is fickle. And thanks again, guys, for the likes. Oh, yeah. Tell you what I'm going to do. Let's see if we can do it. I'm just going to pause the game. I'm going to... I think I got it. How about now? I hadn't finished setting this whole thing up. I was planning on doing it next week. I was planning on doing it this weekend, setting everything up on this so I can take a break, have it just chatting with you all. Get to know you all. Y'all can ask questions of me. Any questions, I'm open. I'm an open book. There's certain things I can't talk about, but majority of my life I can talk about. Majority about my gaming life I can talk about. So Let me know how the volume is. Do I need to turn down the mic volume? Yeah. If I need to turn down the mic volume, let me know. Let me know if it's too loud, because I really haven't done the fine tuning on this section. I think it is a little too loud. Let me just turn it down just a bit. Is that okay? Can you all hear me okay? It's not too loud. I got the Elgato Wave 3, but unfortunately, the software is not working for it. The microphone's working for it. The drivers are working for it. But the panel that separates everything that runs the audio part of the computer is not working, so I had to readjust everything. I never added the mic. I didn't add the camera, so I've added the camera. I did add a chat, so that way people can see the chat and they're watching this as I'm watching this as a live stream. I'm gonna, in about 5 minutes, I get back into the game, and we'll get back into the game and this keep drilling. I just need to take a break because it's hard. Okay, thanks, Akra. But if you all have any questions you want to ask me, now's the time. It's a good thing. Good time. Just take a break from the game. Little commercial break. Still live stream, but we're different segue into the commercial. And I'm planning on doing this since at 3 o'clock every time, about 2 hours, and take about 15-20 minute break, and we'll just go ahead and go from there. So let me do the commercial. I gotta do the commercial. So if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you know when the latest videos I do come along and when I go live here on YouTube. Also do me a favor, hit that like button. Every like I get helps this channel be seen a little bit more on YouTube, which helps grow this channel, and I would really appreciate that. So, hey, check out my merch page, and if you want to make a donation, here's a link for the donation down below. So, Blob King's been a subscriber for a while. Acro just joined. Iceman just joined, so I do appreciate your you two subscribing to the channel, and welcome. And hopefully next week I'll have everything set up on Discord, and we'll have a Discord channel. As a matter of fact, I might, because there's overlays I can actually use in Discord where people can chat with me, or I can also hear them ask questions. And I think I can also, with OBS, add the chat, the voice chat, to OBS so people can hear the questions. If you want to be heard on YouTube. But if you don't want to be heard, just want to type in the question, you can. And I want to start that up and start a community. So we'll have a section for Gold Rush. We'll have a section for Farming Simulator 22. We'll have a section for we'll call it the Dynasty series, because I play Farmer's Dynasty, Lumberjack Dynasty. I'm going to try to get back into Medieval Dynasty, and then they're coming out with a new one, I think in October of this year, another Dynasty. Topless is coming out with it, or we might just call it Topless section for the Lumberjack, for the Dynasty people that are interested in that. And we'll see what we can do, get it set up. I'll try to be on there. I'm not really much into chat rooms and stuff like that, but the only time I'm really into chat rooms is when I'm doing this. So I enjoy this. I enjoy, one of the reasons why I keep doing this is because of people like you. Actually, because of you. Not people like you, but because of you. I do this as a paramedic firefighter. I met people in the worst time of their lives, and I always had to be professional, but I always try to make them smile or laugh, or try to get them off what's going on with them. Try to distract them a little bit. And since what I've been going through since I've lost my leg, or actually since my disability, I kind of shut down, got into a deep depression. But now I'm coming out. I lost my leg, and instead of just curling up and dying, I'm doing better than I'm above average in recovery and using prosthetic. I'm in my socket, my original socket, but there's a new socket they've been trying to develop since March, but my leg keeps on shrinking. So they give me a test socket to go home for a week, and it feels good and everything. Then I go back into my old one, and that's painful. And it's hard. I don't walk as much. Then I go back after the test socket, and it's shrunk, so they have to remake a new socket. And then it takes a couple weeks, and they give me a test socket to take home, try for a week, then come back, and then I shrunk again. I'm on my third socket right now that they're trying to get set to where I have a permanent socket. So you got things going on. So, okay, you don't want to hear my life story. You want to see me play this game. Move a couple things around. Oh, above the knee. I feel so sorry about that. Yeah. See, I broke my leg October 2020, and that's how I lost my leg, is just by breaking it. I fell down the stairs and shattered my tibia in 22 different places. Wrong button. Okay, back to Gold Rush. Oh, camera is on. Okay. Switch cameras. We got that done. But I kept falling, and they put plates in my leg to try to save it, and everything was. I fell in the shower. Oh, yeah. Do you have a leg, or did you just decide to use a wheelchair? Because I'm part of a Wake Med, which is here in Raleigh. I'm part of their, they have a support group for amputees. And I see, we've been video chatting, and there's people that lost their legs above the knee and they use a wheelchair. Oh, okay. Yeah, when I lost my leg, I was supposed to be in a wheelchair. They gave me Wake Med gave me a wheelchair, and they said that's what you're going to use until you get your leg. Well, first of all, my bedroom is on. We live in a 2-story house, and my bedroom is on the 2nd story. So I would have to, if I wanted to go upstairs to my bedroom, I would have to have my nephew carry the wheelchair up the stairs. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh. Yeah, that's hard. But my mother had a old walker. So I started using the walker and just slide up and down on my butt, get up and down the stairs, because I did not want to be dependent on anybody. So I got a regular, this old aluminum walker for downstairs and upstairs, and I stay upstairs most of the time. I don't go downstairs that much except to feed my dog. Yeah. Well, see, there's one floor. There's one bedroom on the first floor. And that's my mother's room. And she's 82 now. She was 79 when I broke my leg. And there was no way she was going to give up her room and have me stay down on the second floor, on the first floor. I'm like, no, Mom, you're not gonna climb. You're 79 years old. You barely can climb the stairs just to get upstairs. I don't want you to die of a heart attack up the stairs. So I figured a way to do it. And also being a firefighter, rescue technician, and paramedic, you have to learn to adapt and overcome a lot. So I figured out a way. Took a look at my situation and figured out what to do. And wheelchair ever since then. I used to a couple of doctor's appointments. My sister drives me to my doctor's appointments. I used it for a couple of doctor's appointments. And then I just said, we'll just take the walker. It's easier. I can get around. So I just started using the walker all the time, and the chair has been in the garage ever since then, collecting dust. I own it. And there's probably times I should have used it. I'll admit that. But the only rehab I had when they did the amputation, they did rehab on me in the hospital before they released me. But the only rehab that they did was teaching me how to transfer from the wheelchair to a bed. That was it. Or how to transfer from the wheelchair to a regular seat if I wanted to sit down in a recliner or something like that. That was it. They never let me. They never showed me how to use a walker. I had to teach myself. And I tried it. I taught myself. I said, this is a heck of a lot easier than getting around on a wheelchair. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you, Acra. Yeah. Well, actually, since I got my prosthetic, I've had a lot of rehab with with that, and I'm actually, my rehab is on hold until I get a new socket. And once that socket is done, then I got another month of rehab to do. It's painful. Acro, do you still have phantom pain since your accident? Because I still have a lot of. I mean, it hasn't even. It's almost been a year. It's been about 9 months now since I've lost my leg, but I still have. I'm on Lyrica, or the generic version of Lyrica. But oh, too far. I'm on the generic version of Lyrica, and it helps a little bit with that phantom pain, but I still have every once in a while, because I had arthritis in my right ankle, because I twisted my ankle several times. Never broke it, but tendons, and I twisted my ankle like I want to say hundreds of times, but at least more than 20 times in my career as a firefighter, as a paramedic firefighter. But so I had arthritis in my, but every now and then it's like my right ankle will hurt. I don't have a right ankle no more. Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that's the other thing I've been doing, is trying to keep my mind active. Now, that's one of the reasons why I do this YouTube channel. So I'm not sitting around vegging out on the TV, which I did for 3 years when I first was told I was never able to work again. Yeah. It's just, it's amazing how the body, not just the mind is part of the body, and it's just amazing how you remove a part of that body and the body still thinks it's there. It just amazes me sometimes. Oh, I'm not worrying about that. Do you still live in Holland? Hell, my English isn't that good. and I'm a damn American. I'm a cross between a redneck and a city boy. Because I've worked in the city, so I've worked in the ghettos. Uh, so I can talk like a ghetto, like a person from the ghetto, and I can talk like somebody from the country because I live in the country. Just out of curiosity, because I know. No, he's from the Netherlands. I was gonna say, do you know Tony Beats? Because he's from. I thought he was from Holland, but I think he's from the Netherlands, if I remember correctly. My mind isn't always there. But I'm glad you're watching me. I appreciate it. So when I see my analytics and I see Holland, I know it's you. And I'll be thinking about you. Okay, wait a minute. I thought he is from Holland. Uh-oh. Well, welcome to the channel. Welcome to... You do? Well, that's nice. The only famous people I can tell you I know is, and they're dead now, is I've met Ronald Reagan, I met President Ford, I met President Bush Sr. The Viking. He's called the Viking on Gold Rush. But those are the only famous people, and I think all of them are dead now. Unfortunately. Yeah, they're all dead. So the only famous people I know is no one. Okay, yeah, I thought so, because I actually watched a Gold Rush documentary on Tony Beats. And he actually went back to his childhood farm where he was he worked as a farmer, as a dairy farmer. Yeah. Is he in... He seems to be like a... From what I've seen, he seems to be like a rough guy, but a teddy bear inside. Does that make sense? I think he has a rough persona. Ah, isn't it? Okay. I'm just amazed you've seen him. That's good. Hey, you know, famous person. All my famous people are dead. Yeah, he seems to be. But he also seems you don't want him ticked off at you either. Where am I going? Okay. We're doing pretty good. Right now we're up to 209 ounces of gold. So we'll have more than enough ounces of gold to do a tier 2 setup. I'm trying to figure out. It's about 3:30 in the afternoon here. Shouldn't you be in bed? Acro? Well, that's the other thing. Yeah. Yeah. He has big hands. Yes, he does. And that's where I think the teddy bear comes in. Okay, so it's 9 o'clock where you 9 o'clock in the evening where you're at. Yeah, my girlfriend, where she's in China, she's actually a day and a half behind me. So at like right now it's 3:30 in the morning for her, so she's actually 12 hours behind us, but she's a day and a half time zone wise or something like that. So I can only call certain times. And sometimes trying to call her is hard because sometimes communication isn't that they won't allow us to connect. So I have to when I try to make phone calls, I gotta make sure I'm doing it in the right place. Time difference gets hard. As a matter of fact, I was part of one of the things I did in my career. I was also I worked for the U.S. Forestry Service as a firefighter, paramedic, and rescue worker, as a certified forestry firefighter, forestry paramedic, and a forestry rescue worker. I had to go through a lot of classes, and I was what they will call an on-call guy. I mean, if they had a major fire, they would call me up and say, hey, we need you to come here, and my job would let me go, sort of like National Guard. But I fought fires when I lived in Florida. That I actually got called up to California and was there for 3 weeks, and they're like 4 hours behind us, and when I came home, my whole sleep schedule was off. Yeah. Well, see, I get bored. in this episode, in this series, I'm going from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3 to tier 4 to tier 5. I could drill this plot until several million holes and get 3,000 ounces of gold and be able to set up a tier 5, have the Frankenstein, have at least one Frankenstein set up, and do everything. But this time we are going to actually do it in pieces. So we are going to set up a tier 2 and tier 3. Because when I first started, I used to do that. I used to do tier 1, then tier 2, then tier 3. And when I did the tier 2, I never drilled. I would just go ahead, dig until I had enough money to set up the tier 2 setup. And I would never drill. I didn't start drilling until I didn't start drilling until the tier 3 setup. Then I started drilling, and then when I was drilling, I realized, hey, wait a minute, I keep on getting these nuggets. So after many hours playing this game, I decided to do a test and found out that I could actually drill until I had enough money for a tier 5 setup. Yeah. The most I've had, and it was mainly in leaderboards, I've had 4 tier Frankensteins set up. That was a pain in the butt to get set up. Yeah, that is cool. But that's one thing I like about this game. There's no set way to play this game. That's the only thing I really love about this game. I've live streamed this game. I've done videotapes of this game. And I've had people in Steam message me and tell me I'm playing the game wrong. I've had, during live chats, I've actually had people tell me, oh, you need to do this, or you need to do that, you're doing this wrong. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm doing it the way I want to do. And that's the thing about this game. You get to do it the way you want to do it. Not the way I do it. You can do it the way you want. I watch videos. I watch other people play this game. And I learn techniques. There's techniques. Everybody can learn something. My grandfather told me this once. Well, he told me 2 things that have always stuck with me. First, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Second was, the day you stop learning is the day they put you in the ground. You learn something every day. So, and my grandfather was a very interesting man. He had a very interesting life. He joined the army just before World War II started. He served in both the Pacific and the European theaters. he won the Congressional Medal of Honor. He received 5 Purple Hearts. He started off as a private when World War II started. When World War II ended, he was a captain. He received so many field promotions. He continued in the Army for another 10 years, and then got out of the Army and joined the Army National Guard, where he rose to the rank of full-bordered colonel. When he retired from the Army, he was a lieutenant colonel. And when he joined the Army Guard, the Army Reserve is what he did. He rose to the rank of full-bordered colonel. And when he turned 63, which was mandatory retirement, he actually had to retire, and they promoted him to brigadier general, which was a 1-star general, so he would receive a 1-star general retirement package. Because he was in the military from age 17 till 63, so he made a career of it. And when he was in the reserves, Army Reserves, he worked at he lived in Concord, Massachusetts, and he worked at the Concord Country Store for another 20 years. He volunteered at the hospital. He averaged 3,000 hours a year volunteering at the hospital. He was an on-call, which is where I started as a firefighter. He was an on-call firefighter. And when DOT started the EMT program, the Emergency Medical Services, EMS, and they started categorizing, because back then when they had an ambulance, because the fire department also did the ambulance, and you had no certification. All you did is pick up the patient and drive to the hospital. You didn't do anything to stabilize the person. Then they started teaching first aid to to people who worked on the ambulance. And when the first EMT program, he took the program, and he eventually became a EMT instructor for the state of Massachusetts. And that's why I did it. My uncle, I did not join the military, and I was trying to, back in the 80s, the Army had this high school to flight school. And I was trying to get into it. I qualified for it. But the recruiter kept on telling me, well, there's no slots open where you can become an aircraft mechanic. My father, who was in the Marine Corps, told me, no. Once you join the Army and they said once you become an aircraft mechanic, that's it. You're an aircraft mechanic. It's very hard to change over your job in the military. My grandfather told me the same thing. So I kind of got disappointed, and I actually, when I became an EMT when I was 17, I became a I actually became, back then there was 3 certification levels. You had EMT, then you had several classes you had to take after that, which you earned rocker arms, which gave you a higher level of an EMT basic. Then the next level was CRT, which is cardiac rescue technician. And at age 18, I became a cardiac rescue technician, because you had to be an EMT and get all those rocker arms, all those certifications before you, and you had to be EMT for a year before you could even take the CRT program. And I took the CRT program, and I got hired when I was in the middle of taking the CRT program. I got hired at DC. I got hired by DC Fire, Washington DC Fire Department. I was living in Frederick, so I was commuting back and forth, and I just barely, because you had to live a certain radius from DC, and I was just in that radius. And I got hired, went through their fire academy, and by the time I finished the fire academy, I was also a CRT, because I was taking this fire academy during the day. Then I would go home, drive. By the time I left and got home, it'd be an hour and a half. I lived 45 minutes away. It took, with rush hour, by the time I got out of the academy and drive home, it'd take me an hour and a half because of traffic in DC. And I just kept on going. But I would take my CRT classes at night. So CRT class ended at the same time the academy class ended, and I graduated. As a matter of fact, I was second in my class. I was beaten out by 1 percentage point of the guy who was first in my class. And I took the certification test a month later for the state of for the state of Maryland, and I passed. I got 100% on the tests, on both tests, because you got to take 2 tests. You got to take a written test and you got to take a practical test, and you're graded on each one, and you have to pass both. And I got 100% on both of them in DC, and then DC accepted Maryland's CRT, so I just had to transfer. Basically transfer my certification. I was still certified at Maryland. I became certified as CRT and DC, and then a year later I took paramedic class and paramedic class back then was only 6 months, and I had to do, after that I had to do 2 months of residency at a trauma center. And DC actually allowed me, paid my salary while I did my residency at a trauma center. And I did it at I can't think of the name of the place now. It's a world famous hospital. But and then I took the test, passed. I did excellent on my trauma center. As a matter of fact, I had the head of the trauma center actually took me under his wing, and actually taught me a lot of, he even actually taught me some surgical procedures. Of course, that I would never be able to use in the field, except for once I did, and I'm glad he taught me. But back then, you knew the doctors. The doctors know you. You had to radio in before you can do anything to a patient. You had to radio in, get permission to do anything to the doctor, and then go from there. And it was interesting back then. Now everything's protocols. But I had one patient where when I became a paramedic and started working at DC as a firefighter paramedic, and I was actually the first paramedic for Frederick County. Frederick County at the time was a CRT level and volunteer. The only paid ambulance was in the city of Frederick, but Frederick County itself was all volunteer, and they had a CRT program, not paramedic level program, but they had a CRT program. And when I became certified and the head of the ER at Frederick Memorial knew who I and knew where I studied, did my residency at, and actually got a phone call from that trauma doctor, and gave me a glowing recommendation to be a paramedic in Frederick County. He said I would benefit the county greatly. And at the time my mother was also the head nurse of the ER, but my mother knew everybody in there. And actually, that doctor was afraid of my mother, because she would take no grief. The doctor belittled a nurse. He let that doctor know, you don't belittle my nurses. But he allowed me to become a paramedic, and a volunteer paramedic in Frederick County. So when I volunteered on the CRT program, I also had my own. I also became, because I was an on-call. I was a volunteer firefighter. I volunteered as EMT. I then volunteered as a CRT. Now I was volunteering as the only paramedic in Frederick County. They actually installed lights into my car, because volunteer firefighters aren't allowed to have lights. They actually installed lights and siren and a radio, Motorola radio, into my car that had all the TAC channels and everything on there. So and all my gear was kept in my car, or it was either kept in my car or in my house, because I had narcotics on me. So I had to keep control of the narcotics. So I had a lot. They put a lockbox in my trunk. I had the paramedic gear, the other paramedic gear that didn't need to be locked up, in my trunk, and it was in a bag, so I could actually be on scene before any ambulance or anything else, so I could respond as a paramedic if needed. And there's times I've done that. They actually got a copy of my when I was working at DC. They got a copy of my schedule, so they knew when I was working, and they set up a pager tone for me, and they adapted it to my fire pager, so it would activate when it would activate in case it was a very bad call and they knew I was off. They would told me out and see if I would respond. The option to respond or not, and I would, and since my car had lights and siren, I could respond lights and siren. I could also respond lights and siren to a fire call too, which is fun. Other than the chief vehicle, the only other car that had lights and siren on it was mine in my fire department. The only one who had radios, other than the chief of the fire department, he had, of each fire department, they had their own chief's vehicle. And they also had radios and lights and sirens installed in their personal cars. But my department also had a chief's vehicle. And when the chief was out of town working, because he was a bricklayer, they would leave the chief's vehicle, and then we would always have a OIC during the day if I was off that day and there was no other officers, because the chief didn't get back until about 6 o'clock in the evening from work. He also worked in DC and Northern Virginia. He worked around DC and Northern Virginia. So he would leave at 6 o'clock in the morning, go to work. He would leave at 5 to 6, depending on what time. And he was a brick mason. He had his own company, and he would drive the chief's car, park it in the parking lot of the fire department. And we always had what we call OICs, officer in charge, for the day. We always try to set up an officer in charge during the day, so that way there's always be an officer in charge. And the officer in charge went from the rank of lieutenant all the way up to assistant chief. So the assistant chief was off, and luckily for me, the assistant chief at the time worked for Arlington Fire Department, and him and I were on the same schedule. And sometimes him and I would commute back and forth to work together, because we would drive to DC. He would either park his car or my car, depending on how we did it. And he would then take the metro to Arlington, to his station. So we would leave half an hour. And when we commuted, we always planned on getting to, because it took him 15 minutes by metro to get to his station. So we always planned to get at my station by a half an hour before like 6:30 in the morning, because we work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And no, we worked 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. So, and we were on the same schedule, so we would commute to work from time to time. Not all the times, but most of the times we would. Because there would be times where he would have classes afterwards, and there would be times I had classes after work, and or meetings, because they would our departments would have, each shift would have a monthly meeting, and there was a lot of people on our shift. It wasn't just one fire station, there were several fire stations. So when we had our monthly meetings, or if we had training or something like that after we got off work, we would have to drive ourselves. But when we didn't have training, we would drive back and forth. So unless he had training, and I was a ladder captain at the time. So, and the way it went was, you had chief, you had assistant chief, then you had 2 captains. Each captain had 4 lieutenants. The captains, one captain was an engine, what they call an engine, because we were an engine truck company. So the engine you would have an engine company captain, and then you had a ladder truck company captain. And I was the ladder truck company captain. I was responsible for everything that happened on the fire ground that the ladder truck needed to do. So when he wasn't in class, he would be the OIC. But when he was in class, because the way the rank went, it went from chief to assistant chief to ladder captain, then to engine captain. So I was above the engine captain. So if he was out of town and I was off, I was the OIC. Unless I was on the CRT. Unless I was on CRT, and I usually did that in the evenings. I usually did because that was volunteered, and they did it in 2 shifts. They did it from 7A to 7P, then 7P to 7A, and I usually took the night shift, unless I was called. And most of the times I either hung out at the fire department, and I could take the chief's vehicle with me. And if I wasn't hanging out at the fire department, I was at home or volunteering at another station as a on what they call second duty ambulances in the city. Actually, it was a city-county ambulance. And second duty was basically the paid ambulances out, and then the volunteers go out on the second duty calls. And the city ambulances were actually busy all the time, and they did respond to county calls. But since they were in the city, actually, I forgot to do something. Got to take a look at the map. Have I missed anything? I'm going up this way. I haven't missed one yet, other than that one. Only one I missed. Okay, that's good. So, there's a lot of things I've done. Proud of. So, I've worked for the U.S. Forestry Service. I worked for Homeland Security as a disaster response and rescue service for, hurricanes, earthquakes, bombings, anything like that. And I would be called out and flown to wherever the disaster is and help out. Unfortunately, and hurricanes and stuff like that, and from time to time they will call, if it's going to be a bad hurricane, they will call people in and stage them in there, and then they will have other people that were what they call on call. So you had to respond in a moment's notice. And 9 times out of 10 I was on the on-call because I was considered because I worked for a fire department, and I also worked in a county. I worked for a municipal fire department, so that was considered a and I worked in DC. That was considered, what would they call that? A necessary job. So I wouldn't be staged on certain things. Now, I was called in, but they always cleared it. When I was on call, they always cleared it before, cleared it with the chief of the chief of the department, not the fire chief, but the chief of the department. There's so many chiefs in DC, you couldn't even remember half of them. And I worked at a special fire station, which I can't tell you about, but I would work on a shift. I worked we had our rotations where we worked 3 24-hour shifts with a day off in between, then we would be off for 4 days. So that was one rotation. So one rotation I'll be on the ambulance. Next rotation I'll be on the ladder truck. And the next rotation, that department, that fire station also had a rescue unit. Or, yeah, rescue vehicle. So I would work on the rescue vehicle. I had tactical rescue training. So I would do each rotation. I would rotate. So if I was on the ambulance and I was not allowed. If I was on the ambulance, I was not allowed to leave that station. Matter of fact, I wasn't allowed to leave the station at all unless I was called. I mean, we couldn't go to McDonald's and get something to eat. So everything we either had to have somebody go get it for us, or you brought your own dinner, lunch and dinner. You brought your own food, so you weren't allowed to go to the convenience store. The only time we were allowed to leave the area is if we were transporting somebody. And once we left the hospital, once we were done transporting, from the time we checked out at the hospital, we had a half an hour check back in. Then from there we had 15 minutes to get back to our station, so we couldn't stop anywhere, because depending on which hospital we went to. Because we didn't go to just DC General. We went to the Naval Hospital in Bethesda and another hospital, which I can't remember the name of it. It's been so long ago. Hell, that's been almost 50. That's been 45 years ago. Damn, I'm old. 45 years? No, 40 years ago. Damn, I'm old. Get up there. Get up there. You can do it. I know you can, because I've done it before. You're going the wrong way. I'm turning you to... Okay. Fine, we'll do it the other way. Make you happy. Drive it like a tank. Okay, now turn. Bell. Now stop. Now drill. I've done a lot of things in my life. I'm proud of. I can look back at my life and be proud of what I've done. I have literally saved thousands of people's lives. And I've been in situations that most people will never go into. Hell, I've been in situations most firefighters won't go into. That's why I was always called the crazy redhead will do it. That was my nickname at the fire department, the crazy redhead. And I don't know how I developed it, but somehow I developed a sixth sense. Whereas one chief told me I had a third eye, because I could get up on a scene and within less than a minute I could size up the scene and figure out what's going on, what we need to do, and especially with extrication, rescues, and stuff like that. And he was just amazed. Hey, Carl, thank you for the subscribe. I really
Carl
do
Johnson
appreciate it.
subscribed to the channel.
We're gaining lots of subscribers today. I really do appreciate it, guys. Oh yeah, I forgot my commercial. And Carl just reminded me, like, do what Carl just did. Hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you know when the latest videos I do and when I go live here on YouTube. Also, do me a favor. Help support this channel by hitting the like button. Every like I get gets this channel seen a little bit more, which helps grow this channel. And that shows you the support, your support for this channel, and I would really appreciate it. Also, check out my merch store, and if you want to make a donation, there's the donation link down below. I would really appreciate it. So, to gold digging. We're drilling. Did I drill this spot? Yeah. Let's be on the safe side and drill it which way. We're up to 398 ounces of gold. Don't think we're gonna get wrong pipe. I don't think we're gonna be able to get to the tier 2 set up today. Now, if you're new to the stream, what this series is going to be, series of streams that we are doing, is we are actually going to be doing a walkthrough of the game. And we're going to break it up into seasons. Now, the season isn't going to end when winter comes. Okay? Season ends when we are done with the parcel that we are working on now. So right now, until we got every ounce of gold out of old on a parcel, because that's where we're at, we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and start a new season. So, I think that was a phone call I was supposed to take. That might have been a phone call I was supposed to take. Oh, if it's important, they'll call back. But, so each season is going to be each parcel. So, that's what my goal is. That's what my plan is for this series. So we're gonna have, this is Gold Rush 2022. Is this game so worth buying? That's the series. That's the name of the series. And we're just gonna play each parcel and see how things have done. This game has not changed since 2018. Actually, technically it hasn't changed since 2017. Game came out October 3rd, I think, of 2017. And there's been several there has been several owners of the game, and the last company that currently owns it is Code Horizon. And there's been like 2 DLCs, which is one was the soundtracks, and the other one is some other equipment, but that's about it. They haven't upgraded this game. They haven't done anything to the game other than Code Horizon has did a lot of bug fixes, because when I first started playing this game, and I started playing it when it first came out, it was very buggy. I mean, the game engine itself was outdated when the game came out. So what I like to do during this series is hear from you all. Hear what you think Code Horizon should do to either make a new Gold Rush, which they basically are not going to have to do because the game engine in this thing sucks. And they're going to have to start from scratch and make a new Gold Rush, because this game is getting old. It's old. I mean, Ark Survival Involved came out about the same time. And at the end of this by the end of this year, Ark 2 will be out. But Ark Survival Involved actually added DLCs, added upgrades, added maps, allowed the community and mod creators to make mods, make maps, and stuff like that. They didn't do anything like here. We're still stuck in Alaska. It's season 12. We're on season 2 and 3. Basically season 1 and 2. We're not in, not in Alaska. Well, Parker's looking to go into Alaska, but they're not in Alaska. They're in the Yukon. And there should be more than 4 plots that you can do. And you should be able to prospect the plot before you lease it to see if it's worth leasing. Because right now, they have a 30% of your gold. If you're leasing 30% of the gold that you dig out of the ground, not the gold nuggets you get, but the gold you dig out of the ground, 30% of that gold actually goes to the claim owner. So you losing 30% of your gold already. So you want to make sure it's worth digging. This parcel, it's better off to actually buy the parcel. Yeah. Yeah, Arca. Yeah, like Farming Simulator. I started playing Farming Simulator when it was just Farming Simulator. Then it became Farming Simulator 13, I think, and so on. And I remember buying the DVD. Now you don't even buy DVDs. That's how much things have changed in less than a decade. You used to have to buy a CD or a DVD of the game, load it onto your computer. Now, I mean, my computer doesn't even have a disk drive on it. I have no way. If somebody gives me a disc, I can't play it. It's not on my computer. Everything I do is digital and over the internet. That's one thing I did wish I did do. I should have got a Blu-ray disc so I have some old games I would love to be able to play on this computer, and it's just not going to happen. And I don't feel like buying. I mean, most of them are on Steam now, but I don't feel like buying them. I've already bought it. Why should I buy it again? To play it. I've already completed the game. Why should I buy it again? Just play it again. Well, I've played this game. I can't tell you how many seasons I've done. Most of it has been off camera. Where am I going? Going that way, I think. Yes, I'm going that way. No, up. Wrong button. So we got things we're doing good things. But that's what I want to do with the series. I want you all to have an input of what you think Code Horizon should do throughout the series. And I'm going to try to, if I can figure out how to communicate with Code Horizon. I've tried it before. Since when I got banned on Steam on their discussion board. I want them to see it's not just me saying that this game needs to be updated or a new game. Need to upgrade the game. Hell, this came out in 2017. You should be able to have done more in 2017 than just drilling and digging. Yeah, make it multiplayer. And Code Horizon said that they can't do it because it would take too much time. Or they have to rewrite so much code that it's not worth their time to do it. Which I understand. Because it costs money for programmers. They get paid by hourly, and if it's a lot of work, I can see why they're not doing it. So what's that, Plop? What about Gold Rush the game? That's what we're talking about. Yeah, it's not Gold Rush the game. I mean, it's not just Parker doing the mining. He actually started off with friends helping him mine. But you can't do that in this game. I think they missed the boat when the original developers of this game made this game. Because this game, I think, was traded by 4 different companies before Code Horizon took it over. So it's interesting. I mean, I've seen a lot of games scratch. As a matter of fact, a lot of people know this game, World of Warcraft. I was a beta tester. It was back before it was early access, before Steam, and I was actually paid as a beta tester. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%, Acro. But I started off as a beta tester. And this is the way games work. You start off with a game, and that's called the alpha stage of the game, which is basically putting in all the major parts of the game and trying to get some of the bugs out. Then you have a beta tester, which is now called early access. And back then I was a beta tester. I got paid to test the games. I got paid so much an hour, and it was documented how many, because I had to be on a server, and it logged the hours I actually played. Plus, I also had Skype. I had to Skype either a program director. Once a week, I also Skyped with either a program director or a developer. Talk about what I seen, what improvements and stuff like that. So I got paid during that, which is about an hour. But I got paid like $8 an hour. This is back in the 90s, early 2000s. So minimum wage was like $5 something. So I was just paid, and it was part-time. I didn't do it full-time. I did part-time, and I did it when I could. No, it was early 2000 because I was here in North Carolina when I started. But in the 90s, I became a beta tester for certain games. I was beta tested for Command and Conquer. I was beta tester for Doom. I was a beta tester for a couple other games I can't remember. But when World of Warcraft actually reached out to me because they saw my resume, because I was on this site. I was on this site. It was beta tester site, and game companies would take a look at the site, see the qualifications of the people, and Blizzard actually contacted me to do that, to become a beta tester for them. I got paid like $8.50. That's what I got paid. I got paid $8.50 an hour for every logged hour I was on the game. I got paid for all the times I was connected to a member of Blizzard on Skype. I got the game for free, and I stayed a beta tester for Blizzard all the way up to Lynch King, and then I stopped. I got bored being a beta tester, so I resigned as a beta tester for Blizzard. But I got all. As a matter of fact, I got the game for free, and while I was a beta tester, I also played for free. I didn't pay that $14.99 account, but once I retired, I had to buy all the new DLCs, and I had to pay $14.99 a month to play, and eventually I stopped playing. I was a member of a clan. Oh no, clan? Yeah. No. What did they call that? It wasn't a clan. something else. I was a member of, I was part of a group of people that played, and I was this tank. I was a paladin tank, and I was good at it. I was very good at it. Matter of fact, I was always in the top 3 on the servers I played as a paladin tank, because I would because well, I'm gonna call it a clan, but whatever they're called now, whatever they were called back then, I can't remember. But I was the main tank, and we would change servers from time to time because the servers would get overloaded. So we would change servers from time to time. So change the server, and I will always be in the top 3 of tanks. Because World of Warcraft kept records of everything. But if you played World of Warcraft, they had a track of your character. And I had 10 characters. My clan, I was the main tank, but we also had other people that tanked, that wanted to tank and stuff like that. So I played DPS, and I was always, and I had DPS characters. I didn't have my paladin tank was a paladin tank. It wasn't a healer. It wasn't a DPSer, but actually it was, because later on, the way I spec'd it out, we did dungeon, when we did the Lynch King dungeon first time, and we beat it. A lot of people died. We had a bad healer, but I spec'd out my tank, so I had the highest DPS rating in that run. And they couldn't believe it, because the guy who was DPSing, he had high numbers, but my numbers were double what he was, and I was tanking. They couldn't believe how high my DPS was. Matter of fact, they wanted me a couple times, and I did it a couple times. I came in with my tank, this DPS, and I kept on pulling that girl off the tank and ended up tanking. So I developed several characters. I had a shaman, DPSer. I had, what else did I have? I had a warrior. I forget half the characters I've had. I had a healer. My shaman was a healer DPSer. Remember that. And he was a little dwarven. A lot of things. But games develop. They go from alpha to beta, then they go, and in the beta in the beta section of the game, that's where you fine-tune the game. You do the bug fixes, any quality improvements in the game that wasn't taken care of during the alpha test. Actually, they also had, when the game the first, I was also an alpha tester for them too. I got paid $9.50 an hour as an alpha tester. I got paid $1 more an hour. We're up to 501 ounces of gold. Yeehaw! And all you're doing is just drilling one hole at a time. We're not even we're halfway. Nope, too far. But I got paid $9.50 an hour as an alpha tester. An alpha tester it's more frustrating as an alpha tester. Now, alpha testers, some companies still hire alpha testers, but everything is now done early access, so you can buy the game, contribute to the game, like Gold Hunter. I contribute to Gold Hunter, and Gold Hunter is an alpha stage. And I thought I would try to get some sneak peeks, get into it, maybe help, and I've gotten some good views out of it. But the game is so broken right now. I'm going to wait until they go to early access to actually start doing videos on it. I paid $50 for the game, and I hope when it goes to early access I don't have to pay more money. But I like the premise of Gold Hunter. I think it's more like Gold Rush with ideas that they have, that they're going to, the plans that they have. Not that, well, it is ideas right now, because right now all you do is dig. But with the plans that they have, and they are technically the first. Gold Hunter is actually the first multiplayer gold mining simulator, which is nice, but the game is so early in the development. I mean, it's been in development for now 2 years. The process actually takes years of a game from start to final release. But since game developers now are using early access, and people are now paying for the early access instead of paying people to be the beta testers, now they are having people pay to be beta testers. It seems the games are out long. It seems to be that the game development are now sooner. And then when it is out of early access, once it goes to the early access, and a lot of people give up on the game, and that's the sad part about this process, because it might be a year or 2 years in early access, or 3 years in early access, and they get bored with it. And it depends on the game developer, depending on how much change and how much they're doing, how much they're adding content, how much content they're adding to the game and stuff like that. Like I did early access for Lumberjack Dynasty. One of the things I liked about it was they were adding new content almost weekly or every other, why am I not moving? Why am I not moving? Am I stuck? Found the nugget. Well, to 548 ounces. And I'm stuck, so I need to go to 360. So let's do this. My vehicle is stuck. Restore. Wait, oh, release brake. Okay, it's moving now. It's working. I gotta go block 360. But I went through the early access of Lumberjack Dynasty, and at least at least they were adding new content once or between 1 and 3 times a month, which kept you into the game, kept you wanting to play the game. And then when the full release came out, which I thought they were a little early with that, I thought they could have done a little bit more with the game, but that's just me. Was it 360 I need to go to? Oops, too far. 260. That's 260. Okay. So I thought they released it a little too early, but I liked the game. And when the release came, I've done several, and I still play the game. They've done a good job at the game, and they're still updating the game, even though they have other games in the fire. So, what's something I like about Topless? I think the new game that's coming out is American West Dynasty or something like that, where you're back in the 1800s heading to the wild, wild west of America. And I'm still trying to figure out how a Poland-based company is building making a game based on the early American West. Because all their games, except for the last one, I mean, Lumberjack Dynasty and all that, yeah, oh yeah, you make a lot of gold drilling. That's why I drill. That's why I listen to Tony Beats. I listen to Tony Beats. He says, you want to know where the gold is? Drill, 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 and drill some more. That's Tony Beats. I'm not a voice imitator. You got the drill? Oh, drill, drill, drill some more. That's what he says. That's how he does it. He has that drill on the end of the drill. You got the drill. You got the drill, drill, and drill some more. I love Tony Beats. I love Parker. I like Rick. Got a question about Fred. I think he got into it a little too soon. I think he should have done a couple of years under his belt like Rick did before he went out on his own. Learn from somebody, then go out on your own. That's the best way to learn something. Learn from somebody. And then take what you learn from them and make it your own. That's the key to life. That's the key to work. Learn from the people you know. And take what you learn and make it your own. Ah! Don't learn from me. Keep on pressing the wrong button. I'm going to be ending the stream in 11 minutes. I got a call that I'm going to have to take at a little after 5, and I need to take it because of COVID. I can't meet this person in. Well, actually, he lives in the other part of the state. I see a psychiatrist and my therapist. We do through my health insurance. We talk over the phone once a week, and we'll set up for Fridays at 5. Because I live stream on Thursday, but I didn't live stream this Thursday because I was in Raleigh this Thursday, so I had to live stream today. So I'm gonna have to make sure I end at 5, so I can have that phone call after 5. And I don't think you want to hear a therapy session while I'm playing Gold Rush. And I don't think the therapist would like me playing Gold Rush while I'm talking to him. Oh man, I'm reaching people from around the world. Unfortunately, my fiance can't get my channel in China. They don't have YouTube. And you have to access YouTube, you have to have certain access privileges in that country, which she has, but it's just too complicated because she has to go on the server in the Philippines. The Philippines, where she's at, and she has to get internet connection from China to the Philippines and connect to YouTube there. And connection is very, well, it depends. It's one of those, it depends on connections. Okay, you have a good day, Acro, or good night, Acro. And you too, Blob. I think off camera I'm going to go ahead and finish the drill. Then once I'm done finishing the drilling, we'll go from there. So in the next episode, which is Tuesday at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in the United States, we will be live. And if you don't know what time it is where you're at compared to where I'm at, hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you know when the latest videos I do come along and when I go live here on YouTube. Also do me a favor, hit that like button. Every like I get this channel seen around, gets seen around the world, but gets seen a little bit more on YouTube, and I would really appreciate that. And I do appreciate all the likes and all my new subscribers today. I really do appreciate you all joining, and you kind of gave me a new outlook. I've been kind of iffy here past couple months and a little bored, but you kind of breathed new life into me, and I really do appreciate all the people chatting with me, all the people leaving comments, talking to me on Steam. I really do appreciate it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and end the stream. I'd like to thank you all for watching. Be safe out there in the world, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.